Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic after having successfully set up a chemical plant area. We're slowly starting to, well, start production over here. Seems like everything is working pretty well. I was thinking that the chemicals plants, instead of going along the road, would probably go here and further back. The water purification plant, the chemical treatment plant I mean, can handle way more than 6 chemical plants. We could have up to 16 on it. So, we'll see. The water well can only handle so much. That one would be our limiting factor that would need to be upgraded. Even the resource deliveries should have a lot of capacity. Hello, Mecha Monkey. Other than that, it's probably time to start moving towards the coal mine area. Think about the food and alcohol production. And set up the, well, the future railway for this area at some point. This one isn't urgent. We can use the current lane to run traffic. And we also wanted to upgrade our rail construction office area with better distribution of materials, automatic waste handling, all kinds of things. We will need at least one waste storage. I don't know if we need more. We will need a gravel storage, as I said last time. So the train bringing gravel here and the train bringing gravel to the area for the chemical production can become one. Currently they are one. But whenever the train leaves the rail construction office, we're stuck with a somewhat low internal storage. Low by the fact that we have 6 rail construction vehicles that could draw a lot of resources out of that building. And that might be a problem. I really wish we had this factory connection available too. This might become a problem. The amount of factory connections we have, but we'll see. I think with the conveyor connections we should probably be able to handle all of the waste and other materials in this area. We will need a dedicated gravel storage just for the waste coming out of the rail construction office, which is also going to be somewhat annoying. But it shouldn't be the worst. So one of these storages will be necessary. Priority tower only exists for the splitting, not for the merging. This tower needs to turn into a merging tower that this storage connects to. I need to really get a temporary road connection going here because there's going to be a decent amount of construction. And currently demolition. We need our terraforming vehicles back at some point. Right now they are mostly located in the food and alcohol production area, where we've flattened out the basic location for a food factory and a distillery. This will generate a bit of pollution. We would have our heating plant over here. The heating plant could be supplied by a cableway station if we wanted to. Maybe a bus route. Cableway would be convenient, I guess. And then we need a settlement, probably up here along the hillside, away from the pollution generating factory. I mean, we could turn this whole area into a factory. And just say we put the residential area outside. If we had a passenger train stop that then connects to all factories, would that be so terrible if we turn all of this into an industry? Above ground metro? No, this is going to be... Oh, you mean for passenger transportation. Well, since I already have trains coming in here, I guess metros could run over the rail line if it was electrified, I think. I think I would have a passenger platform for a train setup instead of a metro. Because if we built the settlement out here, it would be a slightly longer distance. Maybe we could build a combination. Maybe we could develop along this hillside. It would require a bit of terraforming though. I think I want the settlement on the inside here. Nobody likes ground level metros. I've used them, but not very much. I really like the above ground metro, because you could have the train station allowed road traffic to go underneath, so it was kind of convenient. And then you had the bridges for the train line. But I mean, an above ground metro station for such a short section is probably overkill. I think with a bus route we would be fine. I think I'm gonna plan for a bus route. And then over here there would be a tunnel going into the hill, hooking up the residential area. And then more residential area up here. I don't think the train network in this area should be electrified. My opinion. But that doesn't mean it's not a valid option. It's not high enough. I mean, we can lower it for the entrance of the tunnel. awkward road access. It should be fine. I think I'm gonna go into this hill instead. Yeah, I think this will work. We don't need that wide of a gap. I think I can do that with a few one-way roads. As long as the terrain plays nicely. White looks good here. I basically want the road to come out in the middle and then connect into both sides. I think I'm gonna make some ramps instead of separating this into multiple lines. But I do like the multiple lines. I think I'm gonna try multiple lines here. And then the other road we will have to see. But in general... we're a little bit far back, I guess, for this. We need to be about here. So, that one and that one. This will be shortened to match this. But then this one would come out here. It's going to be so weird. So we have the bridge coming, the tunnel coming out here. Probably into a junction. And then over here we have the both sides hooking up. As in, not this line, but the disconnected line. One going in, one going out. So there's no drive-through here. And then there's a junction in this area where they both connect to. That is the idea. So it would come out about here-ish. Can be fairly close, but we need a little bit of room for a corner. We'll move this over to the side, I think. Because this tunnel coming out here can also be slightly further away. How far are we gonna make that gap? I think here is okay. I don't know how far it's gonna be, but that's about that road. So this is way too long. And this one would hook up into the tunnel. So there's a T junction here. And this would be the tunnel. And we have the same thing on the other side. Maybe not as perfectly symmetrical, but similar. Needs to be closer. No, first one was okay. Too close. Also, the direction of the one-way roads will be corrected once we get there. Let's say it's about here. And then up here, that is to be defined. So we can be one click longer here. This one is fine. Okay. Let's see. About here. And then the other one. About here. So that's the junction that I was thinking about here. It's going to be a bit awkward turning into the tunnel, I guess. So the traffic issue could be over here. Clap. I mean, yeah, any traffic from this area can go into the town or leave the town through this single tunnel. If we run into traffic issues, then I guess we could think about splitting this up and using two tunnels, one for each side. But I think it's probably okay. Depends on how big the village will be. I'm guessing it will be fine. Yeah, I mean the workers are mostly supposed to work here. I don't think it'll be in walking distance, so I think there will be a bus route always heading out, turning right. Sorry, yeah, wait. Okay, this is gonna be awkward. Let's see, traffic, both in these directions. One of them can turn off here, so they would be on the wrong side of the road. In this case, and here, same thing. So this is like wrong side of the road kind of territory because they are turning inwards, not outwards for the intersection. That's why we have the incoming road on the left and the outgoing road on the right. If it was on the other side, it would be fine. But this way, I think this lane has to be the going this way, and this lane has to be going this way to fix that. So traffic can leave into that direction and will come out, will come in this way and can drive through here. We'll have to swap lanes. And then they have to leave here. And they can come in here and that way. So now the traffic is on the correct sides. That means we have a lane swap that we need to do, kinda. Where they have to change where they are. Which is gonna be interesting, but it should be doable by just a simple bridge going across. So one of the lanes would go this way, and the other one would cut across. But it should not be that long, it should be a pretty short section. Well, I guess it depends on how long the bridge is going to be. We could also make that swap just for this area. We do have space here. This lane going across, this lane going here, allowing the lanes to be correct, and then we would have to swap over on the other side if there's going to be a road going through here at some point. I guess the tunnels could do that at some point, crossing over each other through the mountain. But it would look interesting because then the vehicles would be on opposing sides. But yeah, I guess it could be on the straight here. That looks okay. And then let's see. Lane swap, and then they'd be on the correct lane. We can't mark that yet because of the road construction that needs to be done, and into the town we would build into this direction. So incoming traffic on this side. They would have to do a left-hand turn, and then outgoing traffic this way, which would also have to do a left-hand turn. I am thinking of changing this. I like the idea of this being in the middle for some inexplicable reason instead of on the outside. But if they have to do a left-hand turn, I would like to split them up into dedicated lanes. Because theoretically no one should need to go here and then back out the other side. That's basically a U-turn. A U-turn could be possible, which could be a dedicated lane. Could also put a fuel station there. Let's not go on about things that could make the traffic really, really terrible right now. We'll do that later. So I don't want... If I want a U-turn, we'll put in one over here somehow. Like this, as an explicit lane instead. But here they should not need to drive through. Well, that was maybe not the best thing to do. This could also be shorter. And this definitely too. But yeah, we will have to think about this right now. So, about here. Oh, this is gonna be a brain burner. We have, let's see, we have our tunnel. So this is the tunnel. Tunnel comes out. Vehicles from this side can move into this area or move out of this area. So we have the demand for a lane that comes in and a lane that goes out. Same on this side. Lane goes out, lane comes in. These ones do not need to intersect, they all just need to merge in here. We have one lane that goes like that. And one lane that goes like that. So this one needs to connect here. And here. And this one needs to go here and here. And because they are all trying to go through the same, it's awkward. If we didn't have the crossover... Two towns then. That's what I was thinking with offset entrances. That's what I'm thinking about right now. I'm thinking also about using this lane again to turn left, but doesn't quite work out. We have another option. The other option would be that the tunnel entrance has room behind it. So in theory we could have a road that with the off-ramp here, it goes around and hooks up into another ramp on this side. That might look a little bit like a hurricane intersection that I saw at some point, but I don't quite remember. And it's definitely not what it showed, it was more like a roundabout kind of thing. Off-ramp here. Goes around. Hooks up into the single road. Do it, yeah, do it. I first have to think about it, how it works. So if we had the ramp like so, could that be the solution to have the correct lanes again? Couldn't you do it without the lane switched on the highway? Exits would be on the inside and only the short cross section would be left hand. Hard to explain. Yeah, but I can't... I mean, I can't really make an intersection with left-hand drive. I would need to use the one-way roads. I can't flip the... I can't say use the left lane here. If they use the left lane here, it doesn't... They would cross over. Like, if I have the incoming one-way road here and the outgoing one-way road here, they would drive here and then flip to the right lane on the switch. They wouldn't use the left lane anymore, I think. I have to think about it again. Tunnel. Roads. Yeah, but how do you do a T-junction with one... I don't know if you can cross over each other with T-junctions, with one-way roads. How do you do a crossing with one-way roads? Can you cross them like this? That seems... And then we would have another lane that way, and that wouldn't cross over. So that won't work. Another idea would be... Okay, this is maybe a little bit silly. But what if we had a roundabout around the bridge entrance, and both connections would connect into the roundabout, and there would be an internal exit into the tunnel? Tunnel entry stays normal road for the anchor. Make normal crossing and start by replacing only one side at a time. Okay. We'll try it here. Tunnel entry stays normal road for the anchor point. Make normal crossing and start by replacing only on side at a time. Man, I don't think this is going to work. I'm switching grid snapping on and off, and it doesn't want to connect to the normal junction anymore. So this idea, I mean, the other option would just be to have the lanes like so and connect a normal road through them. So we have the incoming road and the other side. Then this one would go away, and if it would bend inwards. Oh, maybe that's it. That would be kind of weird. So traffic comes in on the left lane, is on the right lane again, and that's fine. People trying to go here have to go here, do a left-hand turn to get onto that lane. People would come in here, have to drive to the correct lane, and people going out can just drive straight through. So there would be 2 left-hand corners on that intersection. And it kind of looks like a butt. I should just have the junction points on the outside. Still, the idea could work, but up to you. Tunnel. Maybe need a 4th crossing while planning. Maybe. That would be such a weird junction. We come in on the left lane on this one, and then you switch to the right lane by just going straight through. Same one for this one. I kind of like the idea of messing up the lanes. The turbine idea is, I don't know, turbine idea. It just came through my mind. So we have our direction here. Sorry, that's the wrong way. I mean, the direction can change. I don't know if the turbine works better with this or not. So we have a road that comes off and a road that goes on. Same for this one. So in this case, since there's no problem, this would go here, but then hooking this up would be kind of weird. Wait. That's the wrong way, isn't it? Yeah. This one needs to go this way. Yeah, this doesn't work. That's completely brain melting. So both incoming lanes, these ones have to connect basically. That would be ideal, and then we have one lane left that needs to go into this one. So if we have, let's say if we flip these ones around with the alternate routing, incoming, outgoing, incoming, outgoing. Too short, I can't see the arrows. This is outgoing. Okay. So the idea was to combine them somehow, but I don't think we can combine them without another junction. Swap one side in and out. But how is that going to work here? Swapping in and out. Then we would have the out back here and the in here. So they would have a... They would have the normal road. And then a section for inwards. Oh, come on. And the outgoing road here. So there could be traffic jam in this short section. If we do that, we switch Road goes here. Outwards, inwards. Then we would have a junction like that, where the outgoing traffic goes to this side, out onto that road, or to that road, where the connection is slightly switched, and the inward traffic goes into one combined road here. And this could then be the traffic issue. This one should be pretty clear. We have one merging lane, and that's it. So we have a little bit of a short section where the vehicles would have to organize themselves by zipper merging, I guess, if they want to leave the area or not. But then I guess we don't need the lane swap anymore. Then the lane swap would probably be unnecessary. But I like this, I think. We're gonna try it. I'm gonna remove the lane swap again. I mean, I can leave it here, but yeah, let's leave it. We're gonna not do the lane swap. These ones are just gonna be the usual direction. The side that has the merged area will be the one that is a little bit funky. Outgoing road basically needs to go here, and I think this is the one that goes around. So this would be the outgoing lane. This would be the incoming lane, if the game lets me. And then the other ones have to come in from this side. So outgoing lane would go here. And incoming lane would have to go around. I mean, the tunnel is not fixed. That is fine. Yeah, we'll hook it up to this road here. That should be the incoming lane here. And then we have one going off of this side, hooking into this. And then we have our outgoing lane here, where we will need a longer section of road. I don't know. This looks... I mean, this needs to be way wider to prevent traffic issues. Just for a concept, basically. This needs to connect into this road. I'm gonna just put it like that for now. And then this one has an outgoing lane where vehicles from this side also can move back into this road. We will move that over here. We will make this corner first before we split it up, I think. Yeah. I mean, the game doesn't really care, but the aesthetics do. We also need to leave enough room for the tunnel. But this would hook up here in an S-bend, and then one would go off leading vehicles into this road. What a mess. That looks like a thing. Kinda. A weird thing, but it's a thing. So this one we will have to see how far we can push this. We definitely have to do one thing that is going to be of the utmost importance for this area. No overtaking here, because if someone tries to overtake when another person is merging, yeah. I mean, the other person has to give way on this side anyway. I don't know. Seems kind of weird, but also looks kind of neat. So I guess that's what we're gonna go with. So this would be the entrance for our city, going towards the industrial area over here, which I guess we could probably omit that one. Height 9 meters. It's almost the same here. That would give us access to have like roads going underneath the bridge if we wanted to. But there's not really anything else hooked up to the area. We would have a fire station up here, I think, so they can go to this area, and then there would be another downwards sloped road here that can supply fire trucks to whatever's behind the train station. What a thing. What a thing. And yeah, the road afterwards here would... So now we have no flipped... We don't have a flipped direction anymore. Which is good, because that's the way this is hooked up. What a monstrosity. I think it's called the Cthulhu intersection, but I'm not quite sure. It's the Cthulhu junction between hooking up a highway with only one tunnel. You love it, okay. Good, 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 good. Oh yes, definitely, definitely. Oh no, he fell apart when he was posted. No, he fell apart. We will need another bridge going up here, or tunnel. So this road comes out, splits up into the industrial area. This area, whatever it may be, probably commercial, and then residential up here. There will be footpaths again. This is basically going to be the hills area like in Helas, but not as high up. We're going to have a decently sized residential area up here with a commercial district, maybe some more residential close to the roads. And I have no idea what else we could place over here. I mean, potentially we could have more industry. That was the idea. We could have the clothing factories here too. The clothing factories are probably not going to happen in this area because of the high amount of pollution that the, I think, fabric factory makes. 8.2 tons. Okay, it's not that high. 8.2? Yeah, the distillery makes more. But the more we put here, the higher the total pollution is, of course, going to become. So maybe we have to spend a research point on reducing pollution from smokestacks. I also haven't planned a bus stop. This was for construction. I was thinking of having a rail-based system for bringing workers, and now I'm going by bus. So I guess there would be a bus stop down here. You also only have one road connection, so this is actually where the bus stop will be, with tunnels, footpaths that go into this area, and maybe one more industry here. Getting to this area will be a little bit weird, because we're gonna have a footpath that goes underneath the bridge over to this side, at least with the current configuration of the bridge. If I shifted everything over and maybe made this area come down earlier, we could have the roads here, but who wants that? Seriously. Hello Hailstorm. Howdy comrade, how are the citizens of your vast lands? My citizens are doing well, because we're not bothering them with anything right now. So they are unperturbed and doing well. be about here, I think. That we can get this junction in. Hard to see now. I mean, the junction is supposed to just come around here underneath the bridge, but it doesn't want to. Does it even want to in general? No. Back here it would. But only very precisely. I think we're gonna do something different, maybe? Tunnel exit here. Tunnel entrance about here. Closer to the food factory, I guess, because that's a little bit further. Tunnels going here and here. Maintenance access for the footpaths. So no one really walks here, it's just service access for maintaining the footpath tunnel on that side. So I guess we should make it look as such, since this is going to be the main footpath here. And this will just be service. Same thing on this side. Service access across the train tracks, I guess, to maintain this area. Get our tunnel. The bus stop. And you guessed it, service access. To actually build that thing. Would still need to be hooked up. And then I guess we need our road connection for that bus stop. To come down here and give us access. Which would be a separate road. I don't know. I don't think it would be another bridge. I think we can just flatten out this area to hold that. First, we need to get a little bit more space in this area. And Then I think there would just be a ramp up here. Probably a fire station on that intersection, responsible about the fire safety in this area. Workers can come here by bus too. Probably a footpath. At least asphalt. So that should set up the industrial area. Water, sewage, and electricity will be done later. We definitely have to do our own water production. Maybe that's the other thing that can be down here. I think the water production will be closer to the residential area though. I think that makes more sense. I don't want that ramp to be so steep, so I'll move the road in a little bit closer before trying to flatten it out. It's a pretty steep ramp. I think it's probably too steep. But I mean, cities have steep ramps. I don't know if that one would be too much. 100 meters going up 15 meters, so elevation change of 15% basically. %, grade. And then up here is just the residential area, shopping, etc. Shopping might even be down here, so they have to walk down and walk back up, which would be really annoying for them. And we need a decently sized shopping center. I've seen steeper. Yeah, probably. Probably true. What walking distance are we looking at here? This were the shopping center. Oh, seems to be pretty good. So you had the shopping center up here. We could have some residential buildings slowly climbing up the hill, I guess. I think the shopping center up here is probably a better idea. From the city planning perspective. 28 workers versus 25, so not that much difference. 150 visitors versus 224 is a lot of difference, but the size difference of the building also plays a role. I think we're going to go with the small shopping center and add a grocer somewhere in the residential area instead. I have not planned a delivery location for resources for the citizen goods in this area yet. They would need that too, because delivery routes from Sega to Aha would... I guess no, they could have a delivery route. They just need a local warehouse, I guess. Maybe that's what we can have down here. A local warehouse, and then they can pull that to their shopping center with 1 or 2 trucks. So I don't think there will be a shopping center with factory connection and attached warehouses in this area. One central shopping unit to allow them access to get clothing, etc. And then a grocer maybe nearby, just to increase the capacity of this building by not having it get all the people that want to just buy food and nothing else. Food and meat. We will need a clinic, probably a hospital. Maybe 2 clinics will be fine. I'm not yet sure how to develop this area. I think the footpaths downhill into the doctor area, police station, fire station. I mean, they could also walk directly to the fire station probably, and this whole setup might not be necessary. But we will need a way for them to get to the workers area. Then I guess we could have other facilities that also are down here. And bringing some workers to the fire station as an option is never a bad idea, I guess. Well, at least we can start building the road, I think. Most of it. Not that yet. That might be subject to change depending on what we do in the future with the access to through the mountain. There's gonna be another settlement, village, whatever. If we're gonna go on top of the hill and build up here instead. So we have the tunnel come up here, continue building further. Or we need an intersection and 2 tunnels. But yeah, that can be built, I guess. To help a bit with the construction progress, we will allow them to go past here and build these 2 up to the intersection. And then we'll hook up some dirt roads on this side and get all of that built, I guess. Great. Excellent. Did not want that dirt road to be there. We'll think about something with the dirt roads. I was thinking maybe a straight connection through here, into this one, into here, and that should hopefully speed things up a little bit. I'm not going to try one here and then here, that's fine. They can build them a little bit in sequence. But yeah, settlement should be autonomous. There's going to be so many people here, we will need a school. I don't think we need a large university. What if we brought the university students by train to the university in Segadoara? I think that would be overkill. I think this area shouldn't require that many students. But is 80 going to be enough? I don't think so. I think it's going to be decently sized. Yeah, we'll probably need a larger university. If I had to take a guess. We also need to extend the living quarters in Segadoara. We have some 21-year-olds without their own flat again. Only 25 of them. But they will surely become more over time. So best to be setting up some residential buildings for them. Chemical plant itself doesn't need any changes anymore. This one is just running. If we supply enough workers, it should outproduce our demand on chemicals per year. We're producing our own crops. Gravel is going to be hooked up soon. Oil is going to be hooked up later. Oil is just way too cheap. And we're also bringing in wood. Wood is the most expensive resource in that process. I wonder if we're losing money by doing this, or if chemicals are expensive enough to compensate for that. I think they're, yeah, probably. Factor 10 compared to boards. Seems okay. Would need to do math, but each resource is like less than a ton. And it's mostly water. Okay. I'm gonna hook up the first... Ah no, we're gonna get another passenger train. Yeah. We will bring another passenger train instead of hooking up those train cars to existing trains. I think an uneven number is probably the best idea. I don't know what color we went with. We'll take a look. And you bringing resources with the fourth train. What could we put in here? I mean, we could use the train to move chemicals until we have a dedicated setup for it. Let's do that. You can only hold chemicals here. Barislav Customs, you are not loading chemicals anymore, that is for sure. We have our production now, hopefully sufficiently. Picking up clothing, unloading chemicals in the Helas warehouse, and that's the only other warehouse we have currently. And then heating plant, unload anything, sure, even chemicals, and then load chemicals. And then remove the train depot. So now we should be taking chemicals from the heating plant from Segadoara. That we keep filled by... no, we don't keep that filled. We have to pick it up from this storage instead. Change of plans. Well, first of all, we're going to remove these routes because I don't like them showing up because they're not being used. And this route, citizen goods. Don't load chemicals. Here, unload anything. And after you go to the customs house, Helas, go here, unload, and then I guess go here and load. Here you can load chemicals. And then yes, you go to customs house, then go to Helas to unload. To unload the chemicals. I guess we also need to change the supply route for Helas to also pick up chemicals here. But I did say that I wanted to have this probably become a dedicated train at some point, so I guess we're just going to turn off the chemical imports for Helas and hope it doesn't fail. No more chemical imports. So Segadoara is now relying on chemicals being brought in by... Helas is now relying on chemicals being brought in from Segadoara chemicals. So we do need that production right now. I don't know if it's going to be enough. We're gonna find out. Production seems pretty good though. Already got almost 93 tons. Vehicle repairs can happen here soon. Still need to set up the delivery. The truck of steel is already here. We need a truck delivering to the warehouse. No, that's set up. Okay. We need to reset what you're loading. I want 40% of that, total 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Go. And that should fill our resource storage and allow us to repair vehicles locally. Now we have 2 repair stations here, which I guess is fine. We do need one dedicated for trains. That is a lot of shoppers here already, so we might have to already implement a grocer to alleviate the stress on that building. And we don't have that many people. Night is almost over. Hopefully we'll be able to see something again soon. I'm gonna remove the waste storage and put the grocer over here, I think. Oh, I just forgot something. Sellers aren't maxed out. I do like to leave 10 sellers off of this. For my purpose, they are maxed out. It's at 18 out of 28. I want to keep that as a buffer in case of an emergency. So I set it to the maximum that I like to have it at. Prison seems to still be holding out, but definitely don't want another crime crisis. So another prison is also something we need. This will need water and sewage that we have to set up. If we flip this around, people could walk to work here along the footpath, but I guess the footpath will have to go around if they want to walk there. Otherwise they'll have to use the road. But yeah, you were right with the it's not maxed out, because it's at 18 out of 28. It's just that I don't like to put it at full capacity, and then if loyalty drops or we have a crisis, I still have extra capacity. I should probably put it at 23, because it's not a super large shopping center, so taking 10 workers out is kind of a big deal. I think we'll place it like so, with a side road. Did I really hook up that substation? Oh wait, no, we're using pumps. Calm down. We're using pumps as switches. It's fine. Never mind. Who was this person planning this beforehand? It's so many ridiculous, like, decisions and everything. It's crazy. Unbelievable. No distribution office to be found anywhere. What a twerp. I don't think we can hook up the footpaths, but I'm gonna try. Nope. The entrance to the station does prevent that. Thankfully we have a connection over here. That is probably going to be enough. So this would supply water locally. Sewage, we would have to make a sewage substation and hook it up into this one with another switch. I don't know if it could route through the pumping station, but I think it would. If it could, it would probably interfere with the ability of the building to unload, so I'm not going to do that. A little bit narrow. Might not be possible. So many autosaves. Come on, game. It's getting a little bit long. Yeah, it seems like the building gets too narrow here. So this won't work. I might have to unhook the sewage pipe and use this one instead. I don't think it could get the corner going though. The other option would be another sewage pumping station and just go underneath everything, which is probably the easiest option. If we can hook it up on this side. That building... Well, I guess it's the water purification plant, so... That seems to have a very steep internal storage. Have another switch here. Clear out this one. Would create a little bit of a crisis, but the transportation from this area to the sewage unloading station wouldn't be too much. A local tech office and use trucks for sewage. They can collect from sewage tanks. Yeah, but I want to give them all running water. We've been using sewage tanks with trucks in all of our villages. I think this is a town and probably deserves a proper running water connection. But we will use it temporarily, I think, to get this connected together. This could be a mistake, because this will accumulate sewage really quickly now. And our technical office over here, which will have to handle the sewage, will be very busy if we leave it like that. Only one way to find out. Well, let's assist a little bit. Let's get 2 sewage trucks for working on this. It'll take a while for them to get here. Until then, I think we will leave the pipe running, so to speak. And then the technical office will have 2 trucks that hopefully can handle the sewage unloading and keep this area running while we rework the network a little bit. Because I don't know if this will hook up properly Well, we can find out if this one will. We go past the water pipe, that is. It's gonna complain about slope. So we might also need a sewage pumping station here, just to have a general little bit of slope to run this whole thing. I don't like overusing them, but I guess in this case since we're in a flat section underneath our existing town, we will have to just use them. And then we can make connections over here again, which is all still flat, but we'll see. So this one hooks up, sewage pump hooks up, the switch hooks up. This should hook up. If this doesn't hook up, then I don't know. We'll see. Once the trucks are here, we can try and find out. Pumps to the rescue. Yeah, I tried to avoid them, but we've been using them quite a bit. Just have to make sure that the electricity never cuts out, otherwise this area is gonna have a problem. When the sewage pumps stop running, something hits the fan. Indeed. He who shall not be named will hit the fan. We'll set up our water distribution. Guess we could have another water connection go through out of here instead. Why not? Let's use the other connection. This will be for this area and a town over here. And maybe the... well, I'm not going to define stuff right now. Things will be used for things. There you go. This should bring water here, but we will only build the pipe once the sewage is in place. The trucks are having quite a way to travel here. Lovely drive, I think, but yeah, it's a little bit of a drive. Please bring our other electric train to that depot so we can assemble our third passenger train. Oh, look at that construction speed of the bridge now. Yes. We're gonna get there. Are they already building across? Looks like it. Oh yeah, the left side is already done with the pillars. Now we just need 500 tons per steel. 500 tons of steel per bridge, and we're across. And then we have another bridge, and then we have a bunch of tunnels. After everything is in place, we need to electrify it, and we'll also have access to our own gravel. Okay, that is not a lumber truck. I thought it would be one, but not yet. Pump check maintenance. I really ought to put them all into a large tank with a loading station or something. But then I would have a lot more trucks per pump, and I don't think the traffic jams would start going away. Look, we're making $10 per truckload of oil. At least it keeps the fuel price down. Wow. Why is it so laggy here? What the? Okay. That's a bit much. We'll use that as a grocer. We'll leave the waste storage here. Maybe change it up. There would be one more residential building here, I think. The grocer itself would also need a waste storage. But in theory it can probably hook up to the existing one. If we are fine with that. And maybe we'll have some residential buildings up here. Heating access, water, sewage should all be available. As long as they can get to the bus stop, we would be fine. So that's the only thing we will have to look for. A walking access to this bus stop. Maybe the train stop. Not a lot of workers here yet, but that should improve given enough time. I don't know if we're carrying a lot of them with bus to the heating plant area, thus not getting that many for our chemical plant. But it looks like we're just carrying enough. Water footpath. Could restrict the amount of firefighters here by a bit, I guess. But this area is important. I mean, at some point we'll have extra workers coming here from Helas, I believe. And they might actually unload at the train station to transfer and then be picked up by our other trains. Or we could bring them from Helas directly to this area too. Would both be options. But yeah, travel speeds are pretty good. They don't have to wait much. And once we have the dedicated train line going through this area with a tunnel to up underneath the rail construction office out here, all of this area bringing in resources locally, and the trains going to and from the future steel mill will not interfere with the passenger transportation, which will, I think, be necessary. I'm also thinking about maybe having a having more lanes here. There was the idea of using multiple lanes for a high-speed rail section. Upgrading our main route from 2 to 4 lanes to assist with the transportation of passengers in between towns, cities rather, is probably a good idea. I don't think turning the bridges and tunnels into 4 lanes would be useful, but we could upgrade all of the other ones. Don't think we can give priority to the faster lanes though. Then from this intersection on, I think we only need 1 lane again. Do you have the rail traffic quantity to justify quad track? The problem in this area is that we will have passenger trains running next to industrial traffic and rail construction vehicles. So my idea is to have the... I think the high-speed track would be the one we already have, and this would basically be a bypass lane for the industrial traffic. So we can move it onto the outside and the high-speed train can move through the main line. It's not really about speed, but if a train gets stuck behind a slower vehicle, it has no way to get past it. I guess I also don't know if we could even set it up that way, because the rail construction vehicles might take the lane that I just decided I wanted to use for the high-speed trains. So quantity-wise, I don't think a rail network would fill up quantity-wise anyway, but this is kind of special purpose. I would like to use the delivery trains to move their line to the outside and leave the inner lane free for high-speed rail traffic. We can't do that over the bridges. Yeah. I mean, that's basically it. Yeah. We're gonna move you off of that junction. I don't think we're gonna have factorial levels of rail traffic. But we do have urgent traffic and not urgent traffic. And I have never set up quad levels of a quad level rail network, basically. This will also help with the electrification of the track, because we can electrify quite a bit without interfering with normal operations. Then we would have to shift the other trains onto the other track. I mean, we basically need to know where the rail construction vehicles are running through. Unfortunately, we can't force rail construction vehicles to be on a specific lane. And I guess this area here, long bridge into short train section into another long bridge, isn't really going to change, but we would have our ability to have this come down in... No, this is only passenger, there's no resources here. This is fine. So a short section, but probably another tunnel here with train lines going both this way and this tunnel also being able to turn into this tunnel. Most likely about here. Then having a sharper corner here and a train line going along this way. And if it turns out we still have a problem, then I guess we have to dig more tunnels. Then it has to be a quad tunnel. But I do think we should plan for this. And then here we have the question, does the gravel train require us to put down more rail? Short question. Any port. Du kannst jeden Hafen, wo ein Schiff anlegt, für eine Reparatur nutzen, glaube ich. Wähl die Reparaturstation aus und fahr sie neben einen Ölhafen und schau, ob der gehighlightet wird. Und wenn ja, sollte es dort repariert werden können. Die Anleger auch, aber ich glaube mit Belade- und Entladestationen bist du besser bedient. I don't think we can have double track here. The gravel train will be one of the trains that gets in the way. No problem. So this is something we just have to account for, I guess. That the gravel train will be running here. If we use a fast train and not too much cargo capacity, then it should hopefully be able to accelerate decently. But the uphill section before the bridge, basically this whole section, will be a little bit slow, and then it goes downhill. But yeah, let's build that track at least. At least on this main route setup. I would like to have it, because there's all kinds of resource trains running through here. Rail construction has started, which is very good. We need our flattening machines here at some point. But right now we're planning on building the food factory area, so can't really bring them over. I kind of want to electrify all of this track. This is the section This one to the tunnel. The tunnel is electrified already. This section over the bridge, this all should be needs to be electrified. And we have trains currently on the network. If I electrify it right now, could be problems. We'll build the double track, set up the routes for the trains, and yeah, hope we can fix it. I'm not sure if this should be a refueling point that is also accessible from the other side. I need to check the logic. So if a train... there shouldn't be any train coming from here that needs to refuel, but if a train leaves and decides here it needs to refuel, I don't think it would turn around in place. So a train coming in here, deciding it wants to refuel, can move back and into the refuel station and take the loop back out. The question is what the range is, I guess. I don't think a train would get stuck on the network again, like we had earlier. I believe it should be fine now. Guess we're gonna find out at some point. Are our sewage trucks present? Our sewage trucks are present. So now is the time, I guess. We're gonna see if we do have the capacity with the sewage trucks before we commit. Plus we need the switch first before we can commit anyway. So right now we're testing if both sewage trucks are enough to deal with the running water throughput in the area. And if it isn't, then I guess we're going to get another one, and then I'm not going to place down a second technical service. We're just going to try it with what we have. This one's coming from all the way the other technical service. Great. So there will be sewage piling up, because they picked the one that is the furthest away, I guess. And we're running on normal speed, so you can see how quickly this runs full. Thankfully, once this one is full, each building has its own sewage tank, so it's not as bad. And once that truck gets here, the other trucks should realize pretty quickly that they are also needed. But yeah, for reworking this area, we'll have to get our hands dirty, so to speak, and use some free technical officers to assist the reconstruction efforts. That should be repair of the pump jack. We'll check that after. So you will realize that you're fully loaded and we still need more, at which point these ones should become active. And the delivery is only up to here, so it's not too far. And we don't intend to tear up that connection, so I believe it will be fine. Then this pipe will be removed, this one hooks up in here, and this one hooks here, on the side we're currently at. If the sewage tank doesn't hook up nicely, we'll get another sewage tank in place and make that one hook up properly. I'm not sure if the 3 trucks are gonna be enough, but I don't really feel like adding more. Feels like overkill. Yeah, that's a lot of sewage. I don't know which... oh yeah, they're filling up so quickly. We might have to set up another sewage tank. This is very quick. Might have to set up a temporary sewage tank to deal with this. This is supposed to be the pipe that goes into our residential area up the hill. So this is definitely necessary at some point, but not right now. To avoid a crisis, we will cancel the demolition and get everything else built. We'll remove the sewage tank, move the pipe, hook up this pipe, and use this one to temporarily deal with the sewage while we rebuild things. Safety first, yeah. New train is here. I think we have, I don't know, this color scheme? I think so. Yep. Green with yellow stripes. Very hard to see at night. But now we have 3 trains running, and I'm interested to see if they do balance themselves out or not. Seems like they do, otherwise I would believe that they have already like accumulated the trains back to back. Like, not accumulated, and also not combined, but like gathered the trains back to back. We'll see if they spread out approximately evenly or not. And then we'll make a decision based on that, if we do need a building to line space them or not. Hopefully not. But yeah, let's also get the prison started. We have water, sewage, heating and electricity now, planned at the very least. We'll get the sewage in place. And the water will happen later. Because otherwise we'll generate or create the same issue that we had with this sewage. Where there's no sewage pipe connection and we just throw running water into the buildings, creating a problem. I wish workers could wait a little longer on train platforms. Oh, yeah. Everything happens a little bit fast, that's true. But otherwise you could do a lot of things that I guess would also feel weird. The time does go by pretty quickly. On normal speed it feels okay. Like the train has left the station, it's 10 minutes. Has 10 times the amount of time of that. Sorry, 6 times the amount. Then we need another train arriving by that point. Yeah, we'll set up the grocer, I think. It would have this delivery route from either from the building or the delivery route to this warehouse would, after filling the warehouse, bring to adjacent grocers. I think it would be a delivery route from the warehouse, a new one. Similar to Helas. Less potential for failures, more fail-safes. So I guess we don't need the sewage trucks. At least not now. And 2 of them wouldn't be enough. I don't even know if 3 or 4 or 5 would be sufficient. Extra to the one that we currently have. As soon as you have running water, you basically need a factor of times 10 of sewage handling, it feels like. And then things become a little bit tricky. Oh yeah, we also want to rework our rail construction office area. We've cleaned up most of it. I have to think again about the whole situation with the metal scrap, construction waste, and mixed waste. Yeah, metal scrap, construction waste. I think we might be able to handle them with a connected waste storage, all of them. I don't think it has to be a very large one either. So if we had one of these connected, that would deal with, let's say, construction waste and metal scrap. And the construction waste would need to go into the same containers. How many loading stations do we have free? None. We have 1 loading mixed waste currently, so we basically need 2 extra storages with 2 loading stations. One for construction waste and one for metal scrap. And then the conveyor needs to be changed, because I need to get the gravel out of there. And we need another connection to get the building materials out. That can be reclaimed when demolition is happening. So we need a small storage. We need 2 waste storages, and we need the gravel. I think we have enough connections for that. The space is getting a little bit awkward though. Since we're currently doing a lot of rail construction with the new train lines, I'm not going to separate the gravel connection right now, I don't think. This one should be relatively straightforward to hook up to. Something here. I don't know if it can stay there though, because we need waste storages, and I basically need I need 2 of those. I'm also not going to use forklifts. I don't think forklifts can handle waste. Alternatively, we could get the construction waste, metal scrap out by conveyor, and then put it into dedicated storages on the outside, where each storage would hold 1 type of resource, and then the resources could be hauled away. But the rail demolition is basically not a thing that happens all the time, and making that many storage buildings for that purpose would kind of be overkill. But then again, we're building a lot of stuff for a variety of purposes, and they're all kind of overkill-ish to deal with specific problems. Also, we would need 4 storages. 3 storages. Metal scrap, construction waste, and gravel. The mixed waste would still be handled by this truck in the future. we used the one with only one loading station, it wouldn't work that well. I don't think we can load the waste via a factory connection from a road cargo station. Should have tested that, I guess. Because if we can use a road cargo station to load all of the waste, then I need to rebuild the road cargo station. Might not allow me to place it again though. Plus I wanted to rework the factory connections anyway. Should I build it to test it? We can load waste from a train station factory connection, but I think the road cargo station can only transfer the materials that it has listed, so I'm just gonna say it doesn't work. Because we also couldn't load materials through a factory connection from another building that had different types of resources. I'm just gonna say it doesn't work. I have to rework the gravel delivery. We don't need a lot of gravel. And I think the metal scrap and construction waste should be handled by the small storages instead. Even though having dedicated dump trucks would probably be the right decision. Especially at some point when we might want to move them into a recycling facility. And then presumably we'll find a way to get the gravel again from this area to be delivered to this conveyor engine. Maybe we can place this with one connection, but the elevation might be... no, it's too close to the ground level. This doesn't work currently. I guess we have to redo the road first. So this conveyor I guess we can reuse if we... not reuse, but the idea we can reuse if we manage to get across the road. Right now it won't let us, because it's too close. So we'll have to shift it over a little bit and hope that will work. Probably just turn it around sideways. I also hope this idea works. The rail construction office can pick up resources from here. But if it comes back with resources, it moves them over here, and we will have vehicles traveling to that storage and bringing what ultimately should only be steel and prefab panels back to this storage, which I guess would occupy the parking spaces. This is such a elaborate setup for just saying I'm too lazy when I'm doing rail demolition to delete some resources. But yeah, I mean, it's basically what we have to do if we don't have the distribution offices. Makes it a little bit more awkward. I mean, this whole road needs to be rebuilt. We still need the other waste storages in place. Metal scrap, construction waste. And then we still have gravel. And gravel would be coming out of this building with another conveyor connection. Yep, I'm regretting not having access to these factory connections. I don't think we can do this. I think I'll leave that for another time. What I will do is rebuild this road, I think. Or at least give it an extension to make it look like it belongs here. Because that corner looks a little bit stupid. Okay, we'll use the rail construction as is right now. We'll think about hooking up local gravel storage and construction waste, metal scrap, etc. at some other point. This rail construction office could also be relocated at some point, if we want to try another plan. You started building from here, but you can't go back. We can fix that by changing the signal, I think. Because then you can travel back onto the bridge and move back out. So presumably you should figure that out if you start moving again. And we have to do the same thing for the other side. If it works. Do I also need to do that one? Because you check everything. There we go. Alright then. And the construction from this side. I guess this is all one area, so construction vehicle can do that, but only if no other construction vehicle is in the area. I believe they are line spacing somewhat. One train here, one train moving out of this area, one train waiting to come in. I think they're trying to approximate line spacing, probably similar to metros, so I don't think we need an end station, which is nice. What we need is more workers for the chemical plant area. Where would the new sewage tank go? Probably here. Next to the monuments. And in this case, the sewage tank needs to wait with construction until everything is hooked up, not the pipe. Yeah, I don't know how we could prioritize the passenger transportation. Except making a whole separate line and bypassing everything. I built them on the either side now instead of all on the lower side. Because I don't know if there's going to be passenger transportation through this area too. I highly doubt it though. This area is quite messy. We'll do the electrification of the track when we moved all of the currently running vehicles off the line that could get in the way, which I think is only the food train and the citizen goods train. And the food train is mostly standing around anyway. Seems like it's running out of meat first, for some reason. Strange. We do have 2 meat wagons, right? Yeah. And that's enough for Helas, but for Segadoaha they seem to be eating more meat. For some reason. Maybe not. They ate 50 tons of food for 47 tons of meat. But it's still... the ratio is kinda off here. I don't know. Kinda strange. How's our crop production? What fertility do we have in our fields? Maximum back here. Nothing over here. So it seems like we get like enough fertilizer to do the nearby fields, and some of them just have to be harvested every 2 years to regain enough fertility. And our trucks seem to be insufficient to deal with the demand right now. But that also kind of means that the fields are fertilizing themselves if we don't bring in all of the harvest, I guess. We're getting everything over here. Well, everything. We've reached the fields at least a little bit. Not all of them. They still have a month before temperatures start dropping and the crops start deteriorating in the fields. The horror, farming without just offices. Yeah, we just have to rely on what the farms give us, vehicle-wise. I could get 1 vehicle per field, I guess, and have it stand around in the field all the time. But I think it would also get in the way of sowing and harvesting, probably. But yeah, now that the fertility is slowly going up with the delivered fertilizer, seems like we are not able to bring in all the harvest anymore. We might have to upgrade the roads to asphalt to increase the travel speed for our farming vehicles at some point. Because they can drive much faster than 60 kilometers an hour. 50% faster. And that would increase their ability to bring in crops. If it is exactly 50% more harvest, I don't know. But yeah, balancing without distribution offices is kind of awkward. I wish you could assign multiple farms to the same field. Upgrading farm roads to asphalt does seem like a good idea. Yeah, we'll have to wait until winter to start it, I think. Maybe I could do one line of roads already. I guess if we do it, we will have less harvest again. This one's also full. Please export. You were complaining about no fuel. And now you say you can reach it. Okay. Maybe it was a one-off thing. Maybe it's just barely outside of range when they are here and running out of fuel. And they slow down where they can't accelerate anymore without using up too much fuel, and then they might be outside of range of the refueling point. Long trains and refueling is kind of awkward. I wish I could force them to always go to the refueling station and load fuel. I don't think they have added that. It's only cargo. Lots of harvest on this side is not getting brought in because the farm was full. So everything to the left of the train line up here is all this farm. And then also this area. And this side doesn't seem too bad. We have a few fields that are over 100. But in general I think it's not that bad. We still have about a month. But with asphalt roads it would probably help quite a bit. Let's take a look at Helas over here. See if everything is still running well in our major town. Let's take a cursory glance at our waste handling. Seems to be fine. Sometimes I think I see flickering lights in those buildings. Electricity. This area is... oh, that's why we have flickering lights. This area seems to be over capacity. Seems like we might need another power line here. But it's only the power line to the substation. It's not the transformer. So I guess the tourist attractions, living quarters, whatever you may want to call them, need their own power line. So we'll give them one. And hopefully that flickering goes away in that area. Would be nice. Our sowing vehicles and harvesters seem to be sufficient, I believe. It will finish the harvest close to the end of the harvest season, but if our trucks can keep up with the harvest, then I think there shouldn't be a problem bringing the harvest in. Next year will not be as much harvest, that's for sure. Because I will be upgrading the roads throughout the year. Oh yeah, and sometimes trains do refill in this area. I think we'll remove this road. Probably. For short trains it's fine, but if a long train refuels, it's in the way. We could also upgrade our long trains by removing one of the train cars and adding another engine, which would increase the fuel consumption, but would increase their acceleration speed by quite a bit. I don't know how long the engine is. 2TE 2116. "37 meters. Would definitely have to cut down the current length by a bit. 1 or 2 train cars, and then we could fit in another engine there. Increase the pulling power and the acceleration. Long train, best train. It does have it definitely has its own challenges, and combining a long train with a short train on the same network, not that easy. Road construction over here slowly finishing up. Slap a EP70 on the back, she'll be alright. Isn't it? Can those engines help even if the top speed isn't as great? I don't remember. I think I picked that one because of... Well, I guess I picked it because of the engine power, not because of the top speed. So I picked this one because it had 4,500 kilowatts. This one only had 3,000. Oh, you mean this one. This one also only has 3,000. Slightly faster, yeah, then it wouldn't interfere with anything. And it's shorter too. Let's do it. Let's get 2 of them and combine our trains with new train engines at the back for a little bit extra pulling, or in this case pushing power. You like that train? I do remember using it, but I went for faster trains mostly. Yeah, the Helas citizen goods should also go and pick up chemicals, but I disabled that in favor of the other train. That bridge, man. That is... what a monster. Rail focus, no bridges challenge. Yeah, I think the trains do some... maybe they don't do spacing well. They are bunched up now. Unfortunate. I hope they add some huge US locos in the future. Maybe. Can only wait and see. No bridges. I mean, it could be a lot of tunnels, but that would defeat the purpose, I guess. I don't think railway end stations burn, but I still don't know. Don't think they can catch fire. Would be nice to be safe about that. But I believe we have to put an end station here and just go with it. On the return track. And it might be the new passenger line return track into the tunnel. So once we have the extra tunnel, once we have more stops on this route, at that point we could make use of a end station. Now the end station should probably not be set up like that, where it forces the vehicles to go through. But I think we could use it like that. I don't think they will pass through on their own. And I think if we have a route from Segadoara to this area, then that goes through the end station, then they would also complain and not put any passengers on it. It has to be an addition to the side of the track, I believe. So basically for trains coming in, they can go into the end station through a very steep, unfortunately looking hill. Unfortunate looking hill. Access to the end station into a railway tunnel, re-merging onto the line. And then the trains going back to the town could basically use that to line space before they head back. And we will need a similar thing next to Helas, I believe. Oh boy. How did you manage to get onto that network with chain signals, please? Oh, you're a construction train, so you're probably trying to turn around or something. Alright. Oh yeah, yep. Nope. Definitely not. We'll have to change that signal first to make that a possibility. That should do it. I mean, in general, I should just remove the signal. And then trains can turn around here to build into both directions. I thought I fixed your issue. You're still building, so I guess this area is just occupied with something, or you're blocking yourself. Drop more people in, no unemployment. Very good. I do like the idea of bringing workers from Helas here, since we have some unemployment over on that side. Could be useful. That sewage substation is almost done. It is now. That means we can finally start demolishing these. Then we'll hook the pipe up again, build a new sewage tank for the area, and demolish this in preparation for at some point claiming our uphill area for some more residential space. I wonder if they're gonna add run empty messages for the water reservoirs. They could be very helpful. The other line will still be useful for bringing the trains on the track, but the shortcut I think is going to be necessary. I think not. Okay, I think that's just a temporary glitch that the electricity is gone, hopefully. Yeah, fixed itself. No, 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 no. Not like that. Thank you. We'll allow construction on that side and this one. That should hopefully be enough to get this area built. I guess we could have built the end station maybe in the middle and then used both lanes into both directions, but I only need it on one side. But that might be a good idea in the future, if we want to use the end station on both lanes. We're building these as electrified tracks right away because they're not that long. The signals are gonna be annoying, I guess. But I've already placed everything down, so I'm not gonna change it. It's not that much track, it's mostly tunnel. Need to do something for the grocer, need to do something for the prison in the area. Sorry, not yet. We need to do the sewage pipe first. After the sewage pipe we can build this and remove this again. Could also rebuild the sewage tank in its original place, I guess. And hook it up to here. Let's see. Maybe it'll fit. I don't think so, but who knows. Looks like both of our long trains were running some export, or currently are running export. The other trains are arriving. They will need a refuel, but then we'll have double the trains and hopefully better acceleration and some increased fuel capacity to go with it. I could run the engine at the back, or I could run it in the middle, or I could run it right after the first engine. Middle might be nice. It doesn't change anything gameplay wise, but it would just make it look different a little bit. I don't want to wait. You can export later. Just move here. It's November. Temperatures are negative. Still got some crops to bring in, but maybe with asphalted roads we would have enough capacity. Oh, on this side that doesn't count. Just looking at this one, there's like 15 tons per field left. A little bit more up here. I think it could help, yeah. I think that would be nice. We'll start it in either mid-December. The fields need to basically be empty, so no vehicles trying to travel to anywhere. We had an issue where some of the trains got, some of the vehicles inside the farms got stuck. Lost most of the colors on these trains too, unfortunately. Yep, moving the passenger trains off of the industrial area is, I think, the right choice. Caused a little bit of a stir, but as soon as we start the tunnel construction it should hopefully resolve itself pretty quickly. And the end station will be useful to do the line spacing, which we will need once we extend the railroad along the area towards the coal mine and maybe have a few extra stops. But I wanted to build all the way to the coal mine, and then I guess I wanted to build the steel mill after. So I guess the coal mine would be next. The chemical plant just happened to have been requested by a few people. $24,500 citizens, 500 people of another research point. We're playing with the homemade low-tech variant, where we are basically restricting ourselves to only do research if we get research points. And research points are gotten in two ways. You either build a settlement, which is about 100 people with local food supply, and the rest you can decide upon yourself. But they need to be at least 100 people, and they need to have a grocer. So Segadoara is one settlement, Luhasisk is one settlement, and Helas is one settlement, each of them unlocking one research point each. The other option is to get 2,500 total citizens, and for each 2,500 citizens and a multiple of that, you get another research point. So right now we're approaching our 10th research point at 25,000. We have, I think, 9 settlements, thus 9 researchers for that, and 9 times 2,500 people, so 9 researchers from that too. So in total 18 researchers. And with that we could do 9, we have done 9 researchers that unlock us some benefits. Made a guide for that. It's a pretty neat way to play it. It basically forces you to either decide between a large settlement, spreading out, or anything in between. And it reduces the research speed, so you have to utilize and make decisions with what you have. Yep, we will have to manage this. This is going to run into problems if we're not here while the rail construction is working. Alternatively, we pause the rail construction on this side and just build it down from up here instead, which I think will run into fewer issues, because this is basically blocking everything. This one could too, but at least it only really will block passenger trains, so the incoming resource trains should still work. Slowly over time your population is actually dropping. It's a little bit. It's going back and forth basically. It's been hovering around this area because of us not having any buildings. We were at 24,200 and we're now on a downward slope again because of, I think, temperature drop, but in general we're hovering around the same space. We added 2 extra residential buildings in Segaduara, so in total it should start going up at some point, but the birth rates will have to catch up again first. So that is a little bit slower. No running water yet here, I don't think. Oh wait, this might reach areas that have running water. But then again, as soon as it's full, they will use the other storage tank which is connected to the sewage pipe. So this one currently running full every now and then does not hurt us. As long as there's another sewage tank in the way that can deal with all of the throughput, we're fine. Incinerator doing its thing. Or silly rail setup doing its thing. I mean, we have double storage capacity for the dumps at least, but yeah. It's a little bit silly. Also there's some hazardous waste left in here, hopefully that won't cause any problems. Set to wait until unloaded. Don't think if we don't set that, I think it will unload regardless. It should then dump mixed waste onto hazardous waste, etc. Decent amount of workers, 1 shift of 1 chemical plant basically. But yeah, we're waiting for population growth to catch up again. The houses are almost full. Happiness is somewhat low. I do wonder if they're now like starting to complain about the lack of a TV station. Unable to enjoy culture, 38. There's not a lot of complaints. There are some. one house can't reach. But they can walk to the bus stop and go to the cinema from there. It's probably our villages where we said, okay, you sometimes get a bus to go into town, but not always. So some of these might have a few complaints because of that. Too many sellers here, please. Thank you. They can complain about no TV station. No, but I think there's an... At some point it felt like there was a drop about loyalty. Because I don't think I kept up with building monuments. And I either would have had to build way more monuments into the settlements, or I've decided to get a radio station. And that shot up the average loyalty plus happiness quite a bit. So it's not a direct complaining about no access to TV station. And I'm not sure if the reason is actually correct, but it feels like that people over time, if you give them electronics, start demanding or like would benefit from a domestic TV and or radio station. And we gave them a radio station, but I'm wondering if a TV station would be helpful now. Can only build from one side currently. And then I guess they could turn around here if I gave them that signal too. Yeah, let's not rework the rail construction right now, the rail construction office. We have a few things that we need to build. Mainly the quad track. It shouldn't take too long. But I guess it might. These ones have not been assigned yet. We'll assign them manually. It's probably outside of assignment range. Because the bridges also are. Yep. I don't want to use this bridge as a turnaround point, I don't think. But I guess I have to. They might have only needed that one signal and the coloring did not update. But I've changed both of them. Yeah, see, they start having happiness issues again. And that's usually an indicator that something is missing. Because they were complaining and then we got the radio station and then things were good again. But now they are starting to become cranky. So I'm wondering if I should or need to build a TV station. Which I don't really want to do. At least not in our existing settlements. I would need another town for that. I mean, if all the buildings have running water already, I guess we might as well hook up the water here. The only building that won't have water currently is our new prison. And that will still take a while to build. We should bring in the construction vehicles from Helas, I guess, to speed things up a little bit. Where's the 4% unemployment? They're in Helas. They should all be in Helas. There's a few here, I guess. Not too many. 13 in that building. All going to the bus stop. and then not finding work locally. Otherwise, no unemployment here, none here. Lyoslav and Klibriusk are fine. Helas and Krasna have some unemployment. This area in particular. The ones I'm sending to the bus stop. Maybe it's time to unassign these buildings again. So they can also decide to go into the metro instead. .600 people-ish unemployed. 500 right now. I think it's not too bad. 5% is, I think, a good number to have for unemployment. I never really reached unemployment before, because I usually only build as much as I need. And then I never really had unemployment, which was sometimes really bad. Helas itself has quite a few people living here. $4,000, 9,300, 13,800. 14,000, 15,500. So 15,500. That's enough for a TV station. Yeah. Do I really want to have a TV station next to a radio station in the same town? Should I not have another settlement for that? Plus we need the research, so can't have that. Don't have any spare research. I used it all up. Well, we might have to get the aforementioned TV station. I do want to use my more difficult, like, low tech plus run, where I'm not going to allow myself to import electronics again. If I want to have electronics, radios and TV stations, I would have to research that and also get the production down for electronics. That would make it more difficult. The radio felt like it made everything quite convenient. But I would like to try the very, very low loyalty, low tech shenanigans again. I guess we might have to build from here too. Seems like if we build both tracks from this side, then yeah, there's going to be multiple construction trains that might block each other. Hopefully once we're past those signals, that issue will go away, at least in this area. For the other area it should also work that way. But it's a little bit further away. And a lot of short sections of track, I guess. But yeah, we could have the TV station. It doesn't have to be in a town or city. We could have it somewhere that is accessible by train and then just bring the workers there. Make sure it has enough water, sewage and heating. And we'd be fine. I didn't really plan for a TV station, but a TV station could also be on this hill, basically. Surrounded by a few residential buildings. And a dedicated heat exchanger for it. On top of a mountain? Well, it's mostly a hill. I don't think I would have the patience to flatten out a full mountain. Especially those that deserve names, like this one, as landmarks. Is that the highest hill in the area? It feels like it, right? It's no Kia Rush peak, I think, but should be pretty good. Sagrat. Sagrat Reach. Got another landmark down. I know the trains are waiting too long because of rail construction, but we have to do it. We have to build it. Unfortunately, now we're going to electrify the train track and then we're going to do the same thing again. Should have just built only concrete train lines, rail lines. I wonder if they are going to update that in the usability feature list, where they make it so that if you're building electrified train lines, then they are going to build it like as if you were building the concrete tracks first and then the electrification, because it does help a lot with the pace that the construction is working at. Right now it's struggling a little bit. Each signal, each intersection, it stops and then electrifies the track, and then it starts again. I guess this way we will already have internal storage left. A little bit. If only the trains wouldn't shove the resources into the rail construction office. We won't have storage left, never mind. As soon as another resource train comes here and unloads prefab, steel, etc., it'll fill the rail construction office to the top again. Good. I was worried that these were also electrified train tracks, but they are not. We will electrify the middle bit, I think, not the outside. Or will we? No, we will electrify the outside. The middle bit is for resource trains. The outside is a specific track that only goes to where the high-speed trains should go. So yeah, the outside ones are going to be the high-speed ones, I think. Fewer intersections, fewer junctions, fewer signals. Hopefully faster trains on them. Have they reached the junction here? Looks like it. I don't know who has assigned itself. Luhasisk. One of the maintenance offices. Can build that mess of a junction now. I think we'll have multiple small clinics instead of one large hospital. I think the roads will have footpaths, sidewalks, I mean. And I think there will be tunnels going to the next level. And we have some other buildings down there. Also giving them access to maybe walk directly to the fire station. There will also be a dedicated fire station up here for the residential area. We have basic shopping down. We have a pub. We need culture. We need sport. We need housing. Not talking about water, sewage, and heating yet, and electricity. Electricity we will have to grab from a switch. And this one is pretty busy. So we'll have to split up this 13 megawatt wire line and place another one closer to the town. Somewhere along here, I guess. Because we don't have any more connection available. This is all used up. The nearby one would be over here. I guess we could use that. Go along the road on this side. Or go over the hill straight. Yep, and then we would have a transformer maybe down here, and that would supply electricity to all of our industry and residential areas. Is it time to have an asphalt road for the farms now? Let's see if the fields are all already empty. I don't think so yet. Not yet. But yeah, basically maybe on the 10th of December everything is gone. We have to remove both, right? No, we only have to remove one. Good to know. No, the fuel is at half capacity because the other engine can also hold some. But I think they're going to accelerate it a little bit faster, hopefully. Let's see. Still some, but I guess we can start upgrading some of the roads over here, for example. Yeah, should be fine. I'll come back in like a few days. I assume this is going to go away pretty soon. And I don't think many vehicles will get stuck anymore because I think it was the tractors and the harvesters and the tractors are done. I think that trucks know how to deal with like roads that are getting upgraded. What a long train, I like that. Hello, Sancho. Yep, it's pretty nice. Just a pain in the butt to set up with short trains running on the same railroad at the same time. If we were to supply resources here for Tabovina, for shopping, it would be a nightmare, but thankfully we're not doing that. I wonder if Tabovina should hook up to Segaduara now. Segaduara is probably further away than this warehouse area. I think they can stay where they are right now, and it's working, so that's fine. using the shortcut specifically designed for the fertilizer deliveries. That engine should probably not have its lights turned on. I'm gonna make a screenshot of that. Secondary engines should probably not run their lights. Unless someone disagrees. But I do believe they would only have the rear lights on. Marker lights, maybe? I don't know. This area was specifically made for very long trains. At least the longest trains that we can get with the default game. My god, so much lag in this area, what the hell? Alright, let's upgrade everything. All of the farm roads. This will take a while, and we might lose a harvest because of it. At least partially. Okay, I think that should be most, if not all, farm roads. The other ones inside town can stay for the storage connection, etc. Chemical numbers have been going down a bit, but they're still not that low. Resource deliveries shouldn't have any problems keeping up. We definitely can have more chemical plants here, but first of all, let's bring enough workers to the current chemical plants and see what productivity we can get out of these buildings. I might have to set up a technical office just for this area. That's probably the right decision. What waste are we getting? Construction, biological, burnable, and other waste. So even these ones could be filtered out partially for specific types of waste. I guess we're gonna drop an external waste storage, just so we have the option and ability to filter the waste if we try and go for recycling. Biological waste, probably right away. Construction waste and, well, I guess it's just construction waste left. A little bit later, and the rest will be incinerated anyway. And I do believe we need a technical office here, just to make sure that all of the waste is being handled. Yeah, these trains are getting stuck because the train line is quite long. And there might be another train building the other side right now, and they're basically blocking each other because I did not build or place any other signals here. So let's maybe try and help them with that, just a little bit. I don't need that many signals, but I guess I can. Okay, as soon as you've built past this in a sufficient manner, then the other trains can move again. Specifically, our waste trains are kind of important that they move. Otherwise, we will run into a few problems that could be devastating to the survival of our republic. And by that I mean I can't wait for the update where we can set a checkbox that a waste storage has run full. Do something. How's the waste going for our iron mine? This is the one where we at some point really have to deal with the construction waste being generated here. I'm tempted to try and set it up right now. All we need is a storage for construction waste and set the recycling for the waste storage to hold construction waste, and then they can dump the construction waste into this aggregate storage, and from there we could load it into the existing aggregate loading station. And we really only would need one train to handle all of that. So right now it would be a train hauling construction waste away from here, so it doesn't go through the incinerator anymore. In the future we might get a gravel recycling plant to deal with the construction waste. One day. One day, maybe. And I guess we would need to redo the road here. Or split up the conveyor on this side and allow for a conveyor engine that merges both of them so we don't have to redo the road. Our choice, I guess. I think I'm gonna go for the conveyor option. It's gonna be easier to redo the conveyor than trying to mess around with the road here. That will auto-assign itself, that is close enough. And once that demolition is done, I guess you should notify me. And then we'll set up the... rail construction office, no. I guess I also upgraded that one. Why can't you get to that anymore? What's the problem with that? Rail. Oh, you're trying to bring materials to the rail construction office and you're having problems with that. Well, we don't need any materials there right now because the rail construction office has basically ceased operation. So you're gonna go into storage instead. Or are you stuck for good and we can't rescue you? Oh, there you go. Never mind. Yeah, that road upgrade was a mistake. That one is one we clicked accidentally. Unfortunately, we can't really cancel road upgrades. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, that one was a dirt road before, so there was no material at all here. That's good. That is very good. And we can just rebuild that. But basically we don't need any workers here right now. Not sure if that causes unemployment issues. You can't get food. Wait, why do we not have food here? Is that why we have so many so much unhappiness? Where is our truck bringing food? We only have one truck doing all of that, and that one is refueling right now. I believe we should probably have more trucks. Yeah, definitely more trucks. We added more and more stops, and now we're paying the price. Because I forgot to check one checkbox, and the people over there have basically been starving since a while. No one has been complaining about it. Go for that loading, please. And then we unload at Lyoslav, and then Tabovina. Might need to add a third truck. Oh yeah, thank you. I set that checkbox right now. They've been sustaining themselves on meat, I guess, all that time. Hopefully they get another delivery of food pretty soon, but I guess that explains the low amount of 21-year-olds without their own flat. We've been starving one of our settlements. And they've been happy enough otherwise to not be complaining about it, which is kind of ridiculous. I think I'll add another vehicle. You can go again, but yeah, we don't really need gravel right now. You can still go. All the rest is equipment that we don't really need right now. But it can still be used as replacement vehicles. Let's get another covered hull truck. And what is it? Which route is it? I think it was named by Klibriosk, right? Klibriosk, food shopping. 7 stops. That's the one. Helas rural food shopping. And we're gonna route you through an end station to line space. We don't have an end station here yet, I don't think. That might be a good thing to build. Not for refueling anything, but just any vehicle that wants to supply resources to multiple facilities should probably do some line spacing at the very least. Where are you going here? That is Somaska. I guess we could drop in a line spacing at Somaska. But the end station is pretty small. I don't want to risk it. Klibriosk, no. Somaska, no. Lyoslav and Tabovina. I guess we could have one next to Lyoslav on the return trip. So when it drives back to pick up resources after Tabovina, we could have a bus end station next to the main road, next to the gas stations. And that could be used for multiple delivery vehicles in the area, I guess. So we'll have to set up the routes for that. Could use one-way roads, one-lane roads, but we'll just hook it up like that. So notify me when that one is done. Colata happiness is low. Life expectancy 72 is pretty bad. I think there might be side effects from pollution during winter here. No, it's just that one building. Then I don't know. Quality of flat is acceptable. Yeah, they just have low happiness. Maybe it's because they are too far from a monument again. But we did build 3 monuments in range. We have our Soviet Star, we have this one, and we have this one. And no, we have 4 ones. Yeah, we have 4 ones in range. Unless the range is different from what it's showing here. But full range supposedly cover that one building. Maybe they are annoyed by having too many monuments around them, and maybe they don't like that. Okay. I think we'll remove... No. Should we remove these signals? Because the intersection basically goes up to here now. I think those signals need to go away. Because the intersection has been made a little bit larger. This one is still fine, because there's no junction here. The other ones, however, are not. So hopefully this will work. You should not be parked on here, but I hope that will fix itself pretty soon. Okay, let's see if we get some supplies to Tabovina before everyone goes away. Maybe that's also the reason why we had such a high death rate. No resources here yet, but they should be on their way. Well, the gravel truck is getting here first, it looks like. Maybe I scrolled past it. Should be heading through here. Okay, where are they? Where are the trucks? One of them hasn't been started yet. Construction goods. So they're still in the process of loading, it looks like. One of them is refueling. This is the one that will go there next, both of these. So these two. Population is slowly rising again. Yep, but the people in Tabovina are still dying. It's a small settlement, so they basically have people moving there. And not realizing that it currently doesn't have food. Which is a bad thing, but the other good thing is that our nation is now so large that a smaller village dying doesn't really register on the radar anymore, which is, I guess, kind of sad and a little bit bad. We need that information. But I do hope that the next 2 deliveries here will resolve that issue. So this one and this one, which has started going first. 8.4 tons of food. First Lyoslav, which already has sufficient numbers. And then we're bringing 5 tons plus another 8 tons to Tabovina. The rescue convoy has started running, and it's being held up by asphalt trucks. But nothing can stop it. We're bringing food to Tabovina now to rescue them. So I guess I should have paid. Oh no, now we have a lot of starvation. Maybe it wasn't as bad before. We also have a lot of pollution. Do we have the pollution inside our incinerator area now? Not yet. They are complaining about a few other things, but that's because the bus route during winter is maybe not as good. Let's see, did we already at the end station? Yes, we have the end station here. What about the resource deliveries? You can go through the end station. I know you only have one vehicle right now, but if we add more, then the end station will already be assigned to it, which will be useful. The food truck did not go past yet, right? There it is. Holding up a bus. And a slow snowplow holding that one up. Come on, overtake the snowplow. Everything's already clear. I guess uphill might not be the best choice to do that, but... Ah, you had to brake again. Oh, okay, the snowplow's turning off. Very good. Guess we also started that road upgrade. Sure. Well, 6 tons. First delivery again in a while. Population numbers are dropping now. I was wondering why they were so resilient, but I think now it's starting to actually affect them. Happiness 60. I guess since they still have access to meat, they have access to a little bit of food, but they can't sustain themselves on it endlessly. So this delivery is definitely necessary. I have to turn up the tree details at some point, but the game is already struggling a little bit. Come on, deliver the food. I want to see the swarm of citizens trying to buy it. Here we go, guys. We brought you some food. Who would want some? More on its way. I wonder how much we are going to use up before the other truck gets here. But yeah, I believe there's a few people coming grocery shopping right now. Kind of high priority. Might also attract some extra workers for the time being. Oh, there's the other one. Pretty quick. Okay. So that should resolve that issue. Hopefully happiness and health will start going up a little bit. Heating plant in Segadoaha has stopped working. Don't scare me like that. We took off some buses from this route, but apparently it needs a few to not run into the supply of workers issue. Or we might have insufficient numbers. I will go ahead and assign more rail construction to you, even though you already have enough assignments, it looks like. I believe that we can build these. That needs to be a chain signal. And in that case, these signals could also be removed. Yeah, let's remove them. It's a large junction now. Waiting there is fine. Not sure why you are waiting though. There's a train here. Oh, because it's moving over the crossing. I guess that does some line spacing by itself too, if that's the actual reason. So trains can't bunch up in this area because of that. I guess our construction offices in Secador are already a little bit busy with all of the construction tasks of the new sewage system that we have put in place. Or maybe not, maybe everything is already up to code. Got our sewage pipe here, which is unloading fine. We can now build the water pipe. Then we will have water for our new prison, which still needs to be built. That one will probably benefit from the assignment of the dedicated construction offices that are specifically for asphalt, concrete, and open covered hulls, next to the Helas storage areas. Traffic jam of a dump truck. We have a train here that has gotten repairs, and that one is not moving because, well, frankly, we removed the conveyor, but are not done with it yet, so I didn't get a message. And the vehicles picking up the waste were stuck behind the train, so go figure. We only have 3 trains on it. No, we have more. Okay, then I guess we're gonna move a few more into storage. Just to make sure nothing gets stuck here. I remember now that we bought a lot more trains because we are rerouting the iron ore to the far away customs house of... what is it called? Snotov Customs. And because it's so far away, we added way more iron ore trains. We now have 6 of them instead of the 3 from before. Yugoslav. I did not build a dedicated fire station here. My assumption was that the nearby fire station from Klibriusk would be sufficient. Now we'll see if I'm proven right or wrong. It's winter and the road clearing is quite bad. There's a train on the train tracks. I think we'll get there and fine. And maybe the cableway station will also be unaffected. Should it ever catch fire, that is. Yeah. A third of the fire progress, and we're getting there pretty much fine. And 1 fire truck should be enough. As long as we have at least 10 workers in it. That bridge is slowly coming up. 2/3 built now, it looks like. Very nice. And the other one taking a little bit longer. But yeah. Maybe gravel next episode will be hooked up to our rail network. I think the supply by train for Segador is looking very good. I believe before we start growing Segador, this will last us like a year or so. So upgrading the rail lines to electrified will not be a problem. If we were doing something like that in Helas, yeah, would be a lot more difficult. Let's hook up a dedicated conveyor engine here, so that we can merge multiple connections. And then we can deal with the construction waste recycling. At least from the iron mine, which I guess is our main producer of construction waste. We'll set up a dedicated train for it, and that should be good enough. Sometimes it says it can't connect, even if it can connect. So we'll connect it manually. This one now complaining that it can't connect anymore. But I thought this one definitely said it could. Maybe it was this connection. No. These ones would work, but we need them. Let's try again. We might just have to flatten more. Wrong conveyor connection. So this can hook up everything. Except this one again. So this one is lying. Could also build two conveyors, I guess. Just merging them up here and then bringing them down. Or we could merge them up here instead. That's really steep. Okay. I think the connection will work as soon as we give it a little bit of extra space here. It's very steep terrain. I might have to bring in some extra machinery. It's almost there. It says building is in the way. I think it probably means terrain. Let's try. Then I guess it is the building. Then maybe a connection like that would be better. If we can run it through the conveyor, we'll be fine. Pause. Try the road first. A little bit too narrow, it looks like. But at least we know that we can set it up, so just have to find the correct way to place it, I guess. I believe that that will be enough. And we can thus connect the area with a conveyor engine instead. This one can catch fire, but we do have a fire station up on the mine, and we do have a fire station right in Korasna next to the roundabout. Both of them close enough where that shouldn't become a problem. And after this is hooked up, we should be able to load gravel and or iron ore. Just have to build both of them. And then there would be, I guess there wouldn't be a line reserved for the gravel, the construction waste rather. It would just go through on the same route as the iron, but wait until loaded, blocking a train line, I guess. Might just have 2 or 3 train cars. We have to see how much waste it actually generates per iron being produced, and then adjust the train cars as necessary. I don't think that's gonna work. So what you're saying is we might need, well, that signal needs to be a chain signal. Okay, let this run, continue with the construction. Fertilizer, okay. Fuel truck. I guess we got a train of fertilizer and for some reason everything was slow in the area. How slow do you unload that? Not very slow. I hope the Colata happiness issues stop at some point. Something is lowering their happiness. Crime. 2.5% crime issues. Might be because of the lack of food, of course. So last year, near the end, I guess throughout the year, we had a little bit of an increase in crime where we couldn't get to in time. Maybe they committed a lot of crime so they could get moved to the prison where there was actually food. We need to try a tropical run at some point, where we run a lot more prisons. You should be fine. Just a little bit of wear. I need to be informed when this conveyor engine is done, because then I can assemble the train for it. Assuming that they finish the construction of the storage first. But if they don't and I see it, then I can switch over the notification to the other building, and that would also be okay. You're waiting because the passenger train is waiting, but that is not really necessary. No, you're waiting because of the construction train. This one... chemicals? Ah, okay. And you're stuck because probably there's a passenger train here? No? So you're just waiting because reasons. Because there's no signals over here, I guess. Oh, I saw a bit of crane sticking through the terrain, I think. So the end station is almost done, but we can only really hook that up when the other train line is done, because the passenger trains would then run through the new section of track, avoiding all of the industrial delivery area, to at least bring workers from Segadoaha to the chemical plants. The area from Helas will need a lot more electrification before it can come online. But we will do that when all other rail construction has basically ceased. Then bring in the trains back home that bring resources, and when everything has been cleared up, we'll do the electrification and then send them back out. And hopefully that will be a quick and painless task. Because if it isn't, well, Segadoaha will feel it. Thankfully they don't have too many people, so a truck route could assist them. And in the food and alcohol area, we have also been building a little bit of the intersection. Still some to go. Uh-oh. What the hell? Helas Hills. No. Don't do this. Not now. Why do we not have workers here? Oh my god, what the hell? Guys! What the absolute... Okay. No, we have to do this quickly. Helas is in danger. I don't know if there's workers waiting here to unload. Yes, there are. Move. They have 1 hour left. We can do it. You have 20 minutes left. Move out of the way. Come on, go into the heating plant. No repeat. Get to it. Alright, so this area is a mess. Got it. There's too much traffic through here now. Yeah, heating issues. We're bringing workers to it. You see? This is looking decent. Okay, let's take a look. Temperature's low. 10 degrees. 10 degrees is not terrible yet. What about the outskirts here? 5 degrees-ish. So I think we caught it before it like went negative, but I'm not sure. We might lose a few people because of it. But the heating plants are fully supplied with workers again. I'm glad I ran the game on normal speed and I caught that right away. Really, that heating warning message needs to be its own thing. Getting piled up underneath the other warnings is not very helpful. Or at least like have the option of having a dedicated message. So I assume all of the buses basically started piling up, and now we need to wait for them to fill themselves with worker again. Bringing more workers to the heating plant area. The rightmost bus in the bus platform probably has some. Yep, that is a good number of workers for the heating plant area. Please hurry. Because they will, at some point, their shift will end. They're halfway through their shift. But at least the heating is back up. Not sure if it has propagated all the way through to the heat exchangers, doesn't look like it. 15 degrees. Yeah, we shouldn't have another interruption. How are we going to deal with that with the intersection here? So they have an issue if they go here and then they can't leave because there's too much traffic in one direction. One option would be a traffic light. I don't like that idea because then it needs micromanagement depending on how much traffic runs through here. The other option would be another bridge going across and then hooking up into this road from this side, or a tunnel. Or a road hooking up into this area instead. And then making this a one-way road, and to leave they have to go here, go up onto this road, and they're back in town. I think that would be probably the most elegant solution. And the one that is the easiest to set up. There's not anything in the way underground. So if we flatten this out a little bit, we should be able to get a road connection through here. That would only allow vehicles to leave the area, I think. Do not use the bulldozer. Only use the bulldozer when you do not care what is in the area. So I believe they all need to leave this way because everything from this area is supposed to go into Helas after. But I'm not 100% sure. If they want to go back out onto this road, they need to turn right here. But no vehicle should be allowed to go here and then into this area, so I think this actually needs to be a one-way road. Or not a one-way road, but a one-lane road. And then just hook up here, and they can select whichever direction they would like to travel to. That was a bit much. That has been removed. Okay, let's see. This one. And then I guess this way? That should hopefully resolve it. We will change the traffic sign here back to how it was before, after everything has been built, and we set up the one-way connection. But yeah, if a vehicle wants to move back out, they have to go this way. And then they can go back onto this road, or this way. This still could leave the potential for traffic jam in this area. So I guess if they really want to move out of this way and... wait a minute. If they want to move out of this area and go this direction, they should really leave out here, not out here. So this is only going to be a road that allows them to travel this way. Because the other one doesn't make any sense. It still has to hook up to the middle because we can, well, I guess we can have a connection here. Then I guess we will use that. Can I merge these roads? Yes. Okay, and the other one is a road leaving out of this area. I thought this wasn't possible, and now it suddenly works. So yeah, if buses want to leave and go towards Klibriusk or something, they can pick this single lane. If they want to go back into town, they have to go here and use this turnaround as their path of choice. And after both of them are set up, the entry road will turn into a one-way road. I kind of want to make it a single lane. Maybe we can do that during summer. Right now, the stability is a bit more important. Okay, we're out of goods again, but the food is already here. Oh, it's meat. Then I guess we need to check our meat truck. It's only a single meat truck, so probably add a second one. Just for consistency's sake. Helas rural meat shopping. Colata is Colata. If Colata continues running into happiness issues, we have to do something, but I don't know what. Still crime. Okay, now you finally moved out. Helas rural meat shopping. There you go. And move you through an end station once it has been built. I guess to build this we should also make it easier to get to this area temporarily. Well, I'm glad Helas didn't die again. Not sure if we had an excess death count because of that. I assume we probably did. 760 people. Yeah, we're down to, well, we're down 300 people from what we had. I guess our death rate was pretty high, regardless. Let's see. Let's check with like 2 years prior. It's still very high, so. Taborina Fields unfinished road, so this one is trying to build this one, I guess. Maybe. Nope. Something else. Oh, it's in Taborina. That's completely somewhere else. Yeah. So they're using that road to turn around, which is not what I want. They're supposed to use this road to get onto that, not this one. We will remove this road after all of this, because this left-hand turn was probably the culprit of all of it. True, getting further and further away from the 2,500 research population goal. Well, it's not a dramatic drop like we had at some point. We're still doing relatively okay. Okay, we do have one more iron train on the waiting line, but that's okay. That's fine. It's only a single train, and the other ones should use the other lane anyway. That will be a constant reminder that we're building something here if we accidentally click away the completion message of the conveyor engine. And yeah, that storage should finish up first. Since we're not mining anything right now, I can set the construction waste to be stored here. Construction waste is not handled by, I don't think, any technical office right now. I guess this one has it. We definitely will remove that. Yeah, don't bring construction waste to the customs house. Don't handle any waste that I don't tell you to handle. And the biological waste should not go to the customs house anymore. The biological waste goes into the storage next to Helas. This one. Not that Korazna is doing any recycling right now, but we could set it up to do it. I think there's a few large storages there that have the ability to do some recycling. You're trying to turn around again, because it's basically moving back in on itself and thus it's blocking its direction. That's why I didn't want to build a train line from here, but once we're past the signal and the train can actually go far away enough to not be standing on the track, I think it will not be a problem anymore. I don't know, it might still be. Okay, so we caught a death of Helas again, because there was traffic shenanigans. Hopefully the rework of that intersection will prevent that. That intersection hasn't changed since we started in this area, so it was due for rework for sure. This connection is the one I don't like that much, but it should do the trick. And then removing this road will just make sure that all vehicles that want to go towards this area do not use this turnaround, but they actually use the one that they are supposed to. Because right now they're cheating. Okay, you're moving, it's fine. The other ones might throw a message too, but now that the construction train has moved out of the way, at least things are moving again. Water has been built, sewage has been built. Well, one of the sewage tanks. This one is almost done. Once this one is done, this temporary one can be removed again. This one is hooked up, water is hooked up. So once the prison is available, we just need to bring in some food and meat, clothing, and then we have double capacity prisoner storage. And hopefully that won't ever run into turning into a problem for us, because dying because of criminality has happened a few times. You're going to the scrapyard. I was wondering why you had a breakdown. 2 prisoners escaped last year, probably because of the heating. Like they saw no other option, so understandable. They did what they had to do to survive, I guess. Okay. We're building train tracks on either side. Reasonably fast. I really ought to build a police station to deal with the crime in the rail construction office, because I think that might be all that they're complaining about. And the chemical plant area would also benefit from it, I guess. Let's do a quick measurement. If I build let's check if I can build a police station here first. If I were to build a police station here. So to get to the rail construction office would be approximately something like that. Which is 600 meters, that's nothing. To get to the chemical plant area, we would have to go along the main road. I think our limit is 2.5 kilometers. Might be 2. We're at 1.2, so even the chemical plants should not be a problem. And then the police station here would be in range of a heating plant. We would need to supply some police cars to it. And it basically should be able to do what we need it to do. And I can build it a little bit closer to the road, so it can go a little bit further. Let me know when you're ready, so I can get a police car. And they should hopefully deal with the crime that's happening inside the rail construction office, because there's a lot of people in that one. So it makes sense to deal with it. Okay. Ongoing rail construction almost done. We're going to electrify the outside rail, which should go relatively quickly. And then we have to signal everything up. And make sure that the trains that are running supplies are using the middle tracks and the fast trains are using the outside ones, which is going to be the annoying bit. At least with the trains running on the outside, since it's going to be electrified, we don't have to worry about refueling. But if the industrial trains, the resource deliveries, etc., try and choose the outside lanes, we have to put in waypoints, and then that might mess with their ability to refuel at some point. Anyway, I think I'm gonna take a break, so we'll be putting a cut in here. I'm gonna radio forward to another streamer, someone who's starting out with workers and resources. I think he's on his 3rd attempt, so give him some love if you want to. If not, that is fine. I wish you a good afternoon. I wish you a good Wednesday evening, wherever you are. All the best, take care, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.